Afternoon, Chair.
Good afternoon, Honorable Sangon.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, honorable members.
Good afternoon, Honorable Ntuli, the Chief Whip. Honorable Ngola. Honorable Sokanyile. Honorable Skosana. Honorable Shogwe. Honorable Nombalo. Honorable Breitenbach.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, everybody.
Honorable Cameron.
Good afternoon, Chair.
Honorable Chopper.
Afternoon, Chairperson.
Honorable Kalabanat. Honorable Malema.
Chair. Honorable Kalabana is attending a funeral, Chair. Sorry, she won't log on this meeting.
Thank you. Honorable Malema. Honorable Leanne Mattheys. Honorable Mwango. Honorable Sols. Honorable Bethel. Honorable James.
Afternoon, Chair.
Good afternoon. Mr. Ramano, good afternoon. Mr. Ramano, good afternoon. Good afternoon to the staff of Parliament. Good afternoon to the staff of the political parties. And good afternoon to members of the media who have joined us in this meeting on this platform. And a very good afternoon to all South Africans following us. Can I rotate amongst the political parties and check if we have apologies? Honorable Sangon.
Thank you very much, Chair. Honorable Ntuli is going to join us. She's still busy in a meeting. Honorable Ngola is on leave. Yeah, those are the apologies that we have, Chair. Thanks.
And then is Honorable Sokanyile here?
Doesn't seem to be here, Chair. I don't yet have an apology. I will check with her. Thank you.
Okay. The MKP, Honorable Skosana, if you would have joined. Honorable Shongwe. Honorable Nombalo. The DA, any apology?
Chair, it's only the Honourable Kala Barnard that is attending a funeral.
Okay. The EFF. The IFP. The PA. The Freedom Fund Plus. the Action SA.
No apologies, Chair.
Okay, we must check if the meeting has a quorum. The ANC 4 members in this committee, 2 is present now. It's Honorable Sangoni and I. And then the DA has 2 members, full-time members in this committee. They are present. It will be 4. And then there is nobody from the MKP. There is nobody from the EFF, which is 3 absent. There is nobody from the IFP, 4 absent. Nobody from the PA, 5 absent. And then when we replace either Honorable Sols by or Honorable Mnango by Honorable James, we still do not have a quorum because out of the 11 members of the committee, we must at least have 6 present. So we run short of 1 member to have a quorum.
Chair, may I suggest a solution?
Hello, Honorable Breitenbach.
Thanks. Why don't we just wait for half an hour, then rejoin and see if there are more people available then?
Okay, yeah, there is a suggestion there, Honorable Member, that we must wait for half an hour and come back at that time. And can I hear Honorable Sangoni?
I have no problem with that suggestion, Chair. Thank you.
Valerie, don't do that, please, my boy.
Are you able to check with your Honorable Member Sokanyile how soon she is joining? Because we only need 1 person to start.
I will check them, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Let's check 1:15. Okay, it's almost 1:15 now. So let's check at 20 past and half past. At half past, if we still do not have a quorum, we can decide what we do with the meeting. Thank you so much.
When I started the meeting, but I was struggling to hear you.
Okay, what are the apologies that we have for
No,
today's meeting?
there's no apology from my side, Chair.
The meeting runs short of one person to start. Are you able to check with members who are not here from the MKP? There is nobody
Yeah.
from the EFF. We don't have anybody. We don't have anyone from the. We don't have Honorable Mwango and Honorable Sols
No,
and
Honorable Skosana has just joined. And
Honorable Vessels is also not here.
yes, I will check them, Chair, but I'd also I'd also posted a message in our group just to remind members that we are starting.
Okay. Good afternoon, Honorable Skosana.
Good afternoon, Chair.
How are
And
you,
without
Jali?
apology, my apology for getting in late. I'm trying, Chair.
You are the person that we have been waiting for this meeting to start.
Yeah, so I'm here.
Okay. Honorable members, the meeting is has been called for 1 o'clock. We are now at 20 minutes of Honorable Skosana is accepted for joining us at the time he has been able to. Let me first check with the members, starting at this time, 20 minutes past 1. How long would members want to stay in the meeting? Can we start with the African National Congress, Honorable Sangon?
Chair, on this one, please may we be guided by the meeting. The last time you said we had an unproductive 2 hours, so we'll take guidance from the meeting, Chair.
Okay, Honorable Skosana, what do you suggest on the duration of the meeting?
I think normally for us to be productive, I'll suggest that we finish at 4, if possible, or we can take it longer. But I'll suggest the 20 past, because we started late, 20 past 4 or 20 past 5, if it's 4 hours.
Okay, Honorable Breitenbach.
Chair, I suggest we finish at 4.
Okay, 4 o'clock. Honorable James.
I've just been told I have another engagement, so if we could finish at 4, please, Chair.
Okay, do you have any comment, Honorable Sangoni? You have heard the proposals in the meeting.
We accept 4 o'clock, Chair. 4 o'clock is fine. Thank you.
I will try and make sure that the meeting runs. If it doesn't, we will go to 20 past 4 or 4:30. We are on page 391. I mean 300. Last page 788. On
We are
page
breaking, Chair.
progress
We are breaking,
on
Chair.
page 391, item number B, under point 13.4.2. Honorable. Can you hear me now?
We are breaking, Chair. We are breaking. I'm not sure whether we are still here. Hello?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here. I can hear you.
Yes, you were breaking for the last minute, so I'm not sure whether other members are hearing you.
Honorable Sangoni, did you hear me?
No, Chair, your connection was very bad, so I didn't hear most of what you said.
But can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, Chair. Thank you.
Yes, I will talk to Honorable Braden Bach to deal with this matter, because if we cannot have coverage in Cape Town, then it's a problem, because Cape Town is not comparable from where I come from. So it means if we don't have coverage in Cape Town, we are in big problem. You can imagine if I was where I come from.
Well, Chair, my coverage is fine, so I'm not sure what you're busy doing, but perhaps you should
He's in
stand still.
Limpopo. He's in Limpopo.
No, but network does not have anything to do with what I'm doing, Honorable Braden. It has to do with the location. Okay, Honorable Sangoni,
Yes,
do
Chair?
you now hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Chair.
Page
Don't move, Chair. Stay
391.
there, Chair. Stay where you are, in Skirnot. Thank you.
Laboria Park, not Skinoto. Page 391, Honorable Sangoni, item 13.4.2, sub-item B. There is a submission by the African National Congress there.
Can we have it put on the screen, Honorable Chair? I'm still just struggling with my report.
Okay. Yeah, the submission is there on the screen.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think this may have been where we had stopped the last time. You'll remember that I couldn't remember the Constitutional Court sections that we had mentioned, but it was part of just establishing the context of the creation of the PKTT, and again, just stating fact that how the PKTT had been established, and that it was at its establishment a national integrated multidisciplinary structure, and how then ministerial directives are exercised. Section 206 and 207 reference the SAPs in particular. So this had been accepted by the parties, Chair, and we had moved on from this particular point.
Okay, 392, number G.
Yes, Chair. This point was that You remember at some point during the hearings, there was, a testing of evidence that officials such as General Sibia would have wanted to put forward that the PKTT was ineffective. What we are depositing is that there was no substantial evidence that indicated that the PKTT was not effective, essentially submitting that the PKTT was effective and, hence it even continued to exist. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, and then the EFF submitted that the continuing approvals, funding, deployment of personnel, and active investigations were inconsistent with the proposition that the PKTT had ceased lawfully to exist. The MKP supported the continuation and strengthening of the PKTT and the establishment of comparable capability in Gauteng. So essentially, all these three submissions, Honorable Skosana, attest to the fact that evidence was deposited before the committee that or sufficient evidence was deposited about the effectiveness of the PKTT. Can I, because this is a composite, submission by the ANC, the EFF, and the MKP. Let me start with the DA to check if they agree with what these members have submitted about the effectiveness of the PKTT and evidence that would have been presented before the committee on the PKTT's effectiveness. Democratic Alliance.
Yes, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I'm just, apologies, I was scrolling on my own version of the report. We are comfortable with most of it, Chair. I think the part where we're not 100%, although I just want to confirm with you, Chair, we're just speaking about if it's captured correctly, we're not speaking about the actual content, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, then it's fine, Chair. Thank you.
Is there any point where, for instance, you may suggest that it can be reformulated?
Chair, I think in terms of MKP's point, the part that it says the continuation and strengthening of the PKTT and establishment of comparable capability in Gauteng, I think if we say that, it's important to add to it to say something along the lines of ensuring that the relevant outcomes-based reporting is done to establish the reason for further continuation. The reason being that generally speaking, a task team is just a temporary capacity. So one would need to make sure constantly in, I don't know, thumbs up 5 years' time, it is still relevant and still needed.
Okay. The Action SA.
We are okay with the submissions made. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, what is, okay, I see Honorable Sols has now joined. Welcome, Honorable Sols. We are on page 392. I don't know if you would have had the gist of the submission and whether you are in a position to comment.
Yeah, no problem, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Your reply is the ANC.
We are fine, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
MKP, Honorable Skosana, what is your reply?
Reply will be that it can stay as it is, knowing that what Honorable has already raised that the PKTT is a temporal, which we all accept. And, you know, especially during this time of the election year, you know, there's a lot of killings already. We lost some members as well, and I think other political parties have lost members. And PKTT has the capacity to do what they're supposed to do. You know, particularly in both KZN, Gauteng, not necessarily that other areas we are ignoring those areas, but indeed we support that continuation. Thank you.
Yeah, and the addition that was made by Honorable Cameron, that because they are a temporary capacity.
Temporary, yes. Yes.
Yeah, they must be outcomes based.
Exactly, Chair.
Okay. Fine. Thank you so much. We are moving to 397, page 397 is the submission by, let me start with the content team. I see the yellow highlight there. Ms. Van Sailhouse or Ms. Silkstone, do you have any comments to make on 397G, the yellow highlight?
Chair, I think it was just a comment that we put in. It's really it's adding an additional assessment paragraph. But if the members don't want it to remain, I don't think it'll be a problem. It's a linking paragraph.
Okay, let's hear what they say, ANC.
Chair, we see no problem with it. We're okay for it to remain. Thanks.
Okay, MKP.
We are fine, Chair.
Okay, the DA.
Thank you.
All good, Chair.
The PA.
All good, Chair.
The Action SA.
We're fine, thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Item number G. The ANC and the EFF propose stronger conclusions concerning the PKTT's effectiveness. The ANC submitted that the PKTT should be accepted as effective and should continue unless substantial contrary evidence was produced. The EFF submitted that the evidence supported a findings of significant operational success. The MKP similarly supported continuation and strengthening of the capability. Do you want us to still rotate this, or you agree with what is written here? ANC? Because this is similar to what we have just processed now.
Yes, Chair. We're okay with it. I think it's a repetition thing.
MKP?
Agreed, Chair.
DA?
100%, Chair.
PA?
No problem, Chair.
Action SA?
Agree, Chair.
Thank you. The content team, the last part is the yellow highlight. Do you want to talk to it? Can I check Miss Silkstone or Van Zyl House?
I'm sorry, Chair. I was just trying to find my place. No, I think it's just a yellow highlight. That's a formatting issue that got stuck there, unfortunately.
Okay, the ANC.
ANC.
Oh, sorry, Chair. Sorry, Chair. Sorry, I was walking from one venue to the other. Can you start with the other parties, Chair? I'll come back now.
The MKP.
No, agree, Chair.
The DA.
Okay, I just want to confirm this is for that point G, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine, Chair.
The EFF, welcome, Honorable Matthys.
Thank you, Chair. I have not had a chance to go through it yet. I've just logged in. Was unaware that we had scheduled a meeting, and I didn't see a notice of meeting except for a link in the group. So if you can just allow me to catch up, and you can come back to me. Thanks.
Okay. The PA. Direction SA.
We're good, thank you, Chair.
The ANC.
We are also fine, Chair. Thank you.
The EFF.
Agree, Chair.
Let's go to page 400. The submission on page 400 is from the EFF, Honorable Matthys. Item J.
Chair, can I please just give me a few minutes just to catch up? Thank you.
I'm sorry, it's not the EFF, it's the PA. Yeah. Honorable Souls.
The Chair, I submitted the text to Ms. Host. Do you want me to read it?
No, you just confirm to us that the submission that you made has been correctly captured the way you would have wanted.
I want Ms. Host to confirm whether it's the version that I sent to her.
Oh, Lord.
Thank you, Chair, Honourable Souls. Honourable Souls and members, your submission was included in 12.7.9, 18, A and B. So it's a bit further up in the report. It's not in relation to this actual section that we are currently dealing with.
But if you look at our engagement, I specifically sent you on the same day, I sent you how I would want this particular section to be phrased as well. I specifically said, please amend on Monday, the 17th of August, 13.4.5 J. And you confirmed will do, thank you. So I would have thought that it would have been included here. And despite the reaction by the EFF, let's relax. Ms. Host, can you kindly confirm, please? Or should I read it in the record?
Honourable Souls, yes, apologies for that. We are including it in the cleaned version of the report. I can quickly read it, if that is okay.
Yeah, may you please read it the way the the member would want to have it presented before the meeting.
Okay. The PA submitted that the evidence demonstrates the PKTT operated within a significant administrative and governance vacuum, lacking clear, consistently applied frameworks to regulate its establishment, funding, reporting, and accountability. Furthermore, as highlighted in Table B, page 18 of General Dempani's affidavit, when set against comparable ongoing multi-year interventions, the PKTT represents the highest funded task team intervention with the highest cumulative expenditure. And the PA submitted further that testimony reveals severe operational anomalies in how these funds were deployed, and specifically where substantial financial allocations prioritized high-cost security personnel over core investigative capacity or capabilities and detectives. This operational imbalance underscores that governance deficiencies went beyond conflicting administrative accounting, creating an environment where massive funding were allocated within an integrated operational, investigative, and value for money assessment. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Source, I trust that that will be sufficient or sufficiently accurately captured.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Hoss. Except for at the end, you said funding was allocated with an integrated operational, investigative, or value for money assessment. It's without. Funding was allocated without an integrated operational, investigative, or value for money assessment.
I'm sorry, Honorable Souls, I just misread it. I have it as was allocated without and integrated, yes.
All right, thank you so much.
You are happy with what is being presented, Honorable Thorn?
Yes, Chair, thank you.
Let me check with my honorable members if they were able to follow or they would want to have this flighted on the screen. Honorable Sangoni.
Can we flight it on the screen? Thanks.
Okay.
I agree, Chair.
Thank you so much. Honorable, Ms. Van Zyl, are we able to flight this part on the screen? Or how long may it take us to be on the screen?
Chair, sorry, as seen on the screen, Vunani has placed it into the text, so that members can actually read it.
Okay, Bonani, have you placed it in the group?
Chair, it's also displayed on the shared screen.
Okay, yeah, it's here on the screen now. I'm giving you 3 minutes, honorable members, to read it. Is that okay? And in the meantime, we should get Honorable Sangoni reading herself for the next submission at the bottom of page 400. And then the submission goes to 401. And there is the EFF and the ANC on page 401, following the submission of the African National Congress. And then the Democratic Alliance comes on page 403, followed by the EFF. If we can prepare ourselves for the submissions in that order. Okay, thank you so much. We can now go to the rotation of the submission of the PA on page 400. The submission that we are currently flagging on the screen, Honorable Sols has confirmed it. The ANC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Chairperson, we do differ with the submission that has been made by the PA under this particular section. Our view is that the PKTT did not necessarily operate underneath, under an administrative or governance vacuum, because it remained governed by the laws, regulations, rules that apply to the SEPS environment in general. So while there would be, areas that required more detail, especially in relation to the finances of the PKTT, which speaks to the point that we made next, we don't think it's correct to say that there was an administrative vacuum, because they remain bound, by the laws governing the SEPS as a whole. So we would not put it like that, but I think maybe what we could agree to is the fact that they needed perhaps, and even this, I mean, it's a reluctant concession, because when it comes to the operational leadership of PKTT, it was very clear that you had General Khumalo, who's the head of crime intelligence. He had been leader of the PKTT. They operated in KwaZulu-Natal, working together with the provincial commissioner, and all of them under the command of the national commissioner. But that's to say that perhaps those roles could be clearly delineated, especially given the fact that General Khumalo now held two roles. But also, the information that had been presented to us did not indicate that the PKTT was an expenditure outlier. There was another task team, I think it's in the Western Cape, called Operation Prosper, which was shown to have spent, or its expenditure was even higher than the PKTT. I do remember, I think it was General Mkhwanazi, who went to great lengths to show that the PKTT, in terms of other similar task teams, operated within the same sort of expenditure range. That would be our submission, Chair. Thank you.
The MKP.
I think Honorable Sangoni sum it up, because we were told about the Western Cape operation, and don't think PKTT alone, which is receiving this budget, which the acting commissioner, who happens to be the CFO, as she gave us the whole view on what she was thinking about the budget, and I know as members we have our own opinion about it, but for me, and I think what I've seen, I don't think that it's an issue at all. I mean, the way it's captured, it's giving that it looks clear for me. I think for me it's clear what they were doing. There might be gaps, but it's clear of what was happening with the PKTT operations, beside what Honorable Adams was telling us. Thank you.
So you support the reformulation, the proposed
Yes,
reformulation
I
by
support.
Honorable.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. 38.
Thank you, Chair. Support the reformulation.
The EFF.
Thank you, Chair. Support the reformulation. Also, just to add, there was also, and I remember being very horrified that there was a task team for the rhino poaching, where there was a significant amount of money that was spent, and it wasn't too far off, and it might have even been more than what had been spent on the PKTT. So we are definitely aligned with the input of Honorable Sangoni on this. And also to speak to the fact that in our next submissions, we speak about there being a specific financial audit on the account, because that's something that was not presented to the committee. So I think it can all be consolidated together. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. The Action SA.
Thank you, Chair. I think it needs to be reconstructed, because when we say the evidence demonstrates, I don't recall us ever receiving evidence, actual paperwork in terms of how this task team was constructed. I think for me, the only concern was the fact that we also had no presentation coming to the budget. There was a vacuum there when it came to the budget and the expenditure of the PKTT. But we also can't say that there was a complete vacuum in terms of the framework and who approved it. We know that there were policies, we know that it was approved, and we also know that there was justifiable reason for why the PKTT was established. So I think we need to reconstruct that entire paragraph, because it almost creates the impression as if though there was no need for the PKTT and there was no framework. There was a framework, and the fact that obviously, there was justification. The political killings task team, killings that we saw unfolding in the various provinces, we still see that happen. So there's definitely a need, but I think the vacuum for me is mainly when it comes to the budget and the expenses. So I think there is a need to reconstruct that sentence. Thank you, Chair, that paragraph.
Thank you so much. What is your reply, Honorable Sals?
Thank you, Chair. I disagree with Honorable Sangoni and the rest of the committee members who supports the ANC position on this matter, based on facts, not on sentimental attachments to the operations of the PKTT. As you would have noted that just before discussing this section, I agreed with the section that said by the ANC and the MKP that spoke of the effectiveness of the PKTT. But when it comes to the administrative and governance issues, there was a vacuum. Number one, we kept on asking the ministerial committee, did it exist? Was it there? That's a significant governance vacuum. Its absence. The PKTT was initially established as a temporary task team, but of course, with justification, it was extended. But there wasn't a clear framework for regulation because there was nowhere to place it under. And therefore, every third month or every certain period, money was requested that varied. For once, you'll get money requested for 2 months, and then you get it requested for 3 months, and then the amounts for 3 months sometimes is less than 2 months, and there's no explanation for it, and that speaks of the frameworks that had to regulate it. There was a vacuum there, and then there was an instance where testimony was given where 5 signatories was required, and only 3 signatories was given to the CFO, and she sent it back. She said the requirement is for 5 signatures, and the 3 signatures was the National Commissioner, the Provincial Commissioner, General Mkhwanazi, and General Khumalo, and that was not administratively consistent with what is required. But it was given and done because of this particular vacuum. So I'm basing it on facts. Lastly, the issue of the PKTT being an outlier in terms of funding, it's not me saying it. I'm not grasping for straws here. I also mentioned where to find the testimony and the evidence that was put before us by the person who has the duty to report on the finances of SEPS, which was General Dimpane. And in table B, on page 18 of her testimony or her affidavit, she outlines the funding that was given. And when Honorable Sangoni is wrong when she says Operation Thunder was funded more than the PKTT, that is materially incorrect. Based on the submission of Table B of General Dimpane, where Thunder was 412 million and PKTT was 435 million. So it is based on the testimony given by the person responsible, not me, not Honorable Sangoni, but the CFO. It is clear that PKTT was the highest funded task team. So that's a fact. So we maintain the position of that paragraph based on fact and testimony submitted. And if the House wants to go a different route, they may. I guess majority rules, but that submission remains the PA submission unapologetically based on fact. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, what the House is saying is that the paragraph should be reformulated to exclude phrases like complete vacuum, because, like you say, if there are areas of concern, the House agrees that those areas can be noted. But to say that there was a complete vacuum in terms of governance may not reflect the observation of the House or its collective observation. That's what the honourable members are saying. So are you persuaded that the House says areas of concern have to be noted, like you say that, but without saying that it was a complete governance vacuum?
I've never said that it was a complete governance vacuum, Chair. I've never said that.
Okay.
I said a significant administrative and governance vacuum.
Okay. I think we may be saying one thing in different ways. Can we agree that the team will find a proper way to polish it?
No, sure, Chair, but I must state for the record that a significant is totally the opposite of a complete. And as the drafter, my intention for the use of the word a significant is not to mean a complete. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Before we proceed, are we satisfied, honorable members, with the summary? The ANC?
Yes, we are satisfied, Chair. We would perhaps propose, in addition to the summary, that the content team also has a look at the numbers. I seem to remember not Operation Thunder, but Operation Prosper. But be that as it may, I think it's important just that we clarify those numbers because, you know, when you speak of outlier, it's a significant difference, but we're happy with your summaries presented. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, the MKP.
Thank you, Chair. I still maintain what I said earlier. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, the DA.
Same as earlier, Chair. Thanks.
The EFF.
Chair, we don't agree that the word significant must be included in there. Just a quick response to the fact that the IMC was not operating. That was really based on the minister not calling the meeting when he took over office. So in and of itself, it was not the results of the PKTT. And then when we look at the costs, I think we must also just put it in perspective of the annual amount spent. So some of the teams, the task teams went for a longer period. So obviously if a team was operating over 3 years opposed to a team that operated over 2 years, the amount is going to be more. So those are things that and Honorable Sangoni also alluded to that we must look into it because there's also circumstances around on what was put or what the budget allocations were that was presented by the general in the affidavit. But pretty much, yeah, we agree that there must be a reformulation, and we definitely agree that, as we say on our next page, that there does need to be an audit of the PKTT budget. Thank you. And also, just one more thing, Chair, before we go. If there were 5 signatories that were required, do we know who were the full 5 signatories? Because generally, from my understanding, and I don't recall it coming out in the testimony, you can have like 5 signatories and then the majority need to be part of it for releasing it. So I don't remember, and I could be wrong, and I think Honorable Saul, since this is his submission, he probably would have looked into it, that whether it was actually 5 signatories and who were the 5 signatories, because we only know of the 3. So if we're going to include that, we just need to be very clear on our facts. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, you are going to reply, Honorable Souls. Let me hear Honorable James.
My stance remains, and I also want to say that I recall us requesting for evidence in terms of how the STARS team was set up, you know, what was the composition, who played a role in it, and we didn't receive that. So I'd like to think that when the paragraph reads, evidence demonstrates, we didn't get the evidence, we didn't get the paperwork in terms of the establishment of the PKTT. We heard testimony. So I think that word where we're saying evidence demonstrates, we should rather use testimony demonstrates.
Okay.
Thank you.
Honorable Souls, your reply.
Thank you, Chair. I have no problem with evidence or testimony. The intention there is to say that there are a point of reference that serves as evidence, or that serves as oral evidence, that serves as, so it doesn't matter to me. But the proceedings demonstrated that what I'm saying there. In terms of the fact that it was the minister that didn't ensure the operation of the ministerial committee, and for that reason, it shouldn't be considered an administrative or governance vacuum. That cannot be I see it differently because that was for administrative and governance purposes. The ministerial committee is something that was required, and it wasn't there. And as a result, there's a vacuum. Doesn't matter who's responsible for not having it there. The fact is, it speaks to a significant administrative and governance vacuum. In terms of Operation Prosper, it is not on the submission made by the CFO. So we should go by what table B, what that has been presented to us, and then in terms of the duration of the teams, both Operation Thunder and PKTT, based on General Dipani's submission, run the same period, and so the assessment was done during the same and equal period of them running. So there's no discrepancy or there's no one was running shorter and the other longer. There's no discrepancy there. It was an equal duration. So the numbers are then factual. I'm not sucking it out of my thumb. It is what has been presented to us. So I maintain that the wording and what we are saying is based on fact and what has been submitted as evidence, testimony, oral evidence, whichever way. But it's not sucked out of my thumb, Chair. It can be found in the proceedings. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. I rotated this matter for the second time so that number one is for the purpose of fairness in the process of engagement, that every voice is heard, and where there may be misunderstanding or gray areas, we can collectively clarify that. And number two, that when we proceed on a common ground, that the collective inputs of the members would have been heard. So what the members are saying on this paragraph is that the weaknesses that could have been there in the operations of the PKTT and its governance framework should be noted. And when it comes to expenditure, there should be variables that inform. There may be peculiar variables that inform the expenditure of each of the task teams that would have been established. That may be by duration, that may be by composition, which will include the number of personnel and resources that are deployed, or any other variable that significantly impacts on the expenditure of those operations. Can we agree to move forward to page 401? There is a submission by the African National Congress, which is closely related to the paragraph that we have just discussed. Honorable Sangoni.
Good afternoon, Chair. Honorable Ntuli.
Honorable Ntuli, good afternoon.
Thank you very much.
The Chief Whip, and welcome.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to all colleagues on the platform. Chair, we want to confirm that the paragraph is captured accurately. The emphasis that in the first place we were making was about the fact that the financial information presented to the committee was detailed but did not constitute a complete audit assessment of the PKTT establishment expenditure since the establishment. So we're okay with the way in which the team has essentially captured the paragraph. Thanks.
Okay. What is the comment of the MKP?
Chair, anyway, I think it makes sense, you know, and I think the way it's put here, I think that's what we got from General Limbane. Thank you.
Thank you, the DA.
It's fine like that, Chair.
The EFF.
Supported, Chair. Just if we can find out whether the other task teams, their budgets also get audited as well. But for the purpose of this paragraph, is supported.
Okay. Maybe what we should do is to alert the Secretariat to make such notes, because when the report will be sent out to the witnesses or affected parties that appeared before us, they may have to bring it back with such responses. Is that okay, Honorable Mathis? The PA?
No problem, Chair.
The Action SA?
We're fine, thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's move to the bottom of page 401, the yellow highlight, which talks to the submission of the ANC and the EFF. Do you want to take it, Ms. Van Zijlhoos? Can I request the Chief Whip and Honorable Mathis to talk to that paragraph, because that is their composite submission. Honorable Ntuli, the Chief Whip.
Yeah, I thought we've already dealt with it, haven't?
No, we dealt with the top part on
Okay.
page 401. There is that sub-item M 13.4.5 on page 401. It is highlighted in yellow, but I see what is on the screen is not a yellow highlight, but that submission is composite. It's a composite submission. It says the ANC proposed a specific audit of expenditure, overtime, subsistence, and travel resource displacement, and value for money. The EFF also supported a specific financial audit.
So, Chair.
Are you happy with that, ANC?
Yes, Chair, we are okay with it.
Okay. The EFF, are you happy with that submission?
Yes, Chair, thank you.
MKP, what is your comment on the composite submission of the ANC and the EFF? Honorable Skosana? We are going to the DA, and I request the DA to also ready itself for page 403, item E, what followed by the EFF on the same page. What is your comment on the submission by the ANC and the EFF, honorable members from the DA?
We're comfortable with the Chair. It's fine like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Salt.
No problem, Chair.
Honorable James.
We're good, thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, honorable members. Let's move DA, page 403. Item
Chair, I'm not sure whether, but I agree, Chair, it's fine.
Okay, thank you so much. Because we called you several times, we thought maybe you would have walked into a parliamentary building. Can we then go to the DA?
Yes, Chair. This is on page 403. It's E. The paragraph is E. And
Yeah.
basically the DA just submitted, I'm just going to read the sentence, submitted that the report should expressly recognize the harm suffered by ordinary members of the public where criminal cases are compromised through the loss or mismanagement of, I think it should say, dockets or a docket. And that is what we submitted, Chair.
That is a straightforward submission. ANC, what is your comment?
Thanks, Chair. Chair, we were not, we do not really have a major issue with this, but let me just qualify what we would propose is the capturing. So we agree that generally the DA submissions is on that aspect is generally accepted. But we want to emphasize that what in our view is acceptable is that the loss or mismanagement of dockets had a negative impact on the cases before the courts. And we're qualifying that thus the victims of crime have been denied justice. But otherwise, we don't think that there's anything fundamental with which we disagree on the DA submission in this case. We're just making that qualification. Thanks.
Yeah, you want to add something on the administration of justice?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, that the court would have been, or maybe say case management in the court would have been adversely affected by occurrences like those, and the impact on the victims, the extent to which they would have been denied their right to justice.
That's right, Chair. That's the overall spirit of what I was trying to craft. Yeah.
Okay, the MKP.
The Chair, the issue that ordinary members of the public, where criminal cases are compromised through the loss of management of the target, the harm suffered, indeed, in particular with IDEC, I will concur with that. I'm not sure whether we should have been be straight to the point, because I understand most of the issues here were the issue of IDEC, which have really indeed made a lot of people to suffer, Yeah, my contribution would be that, perhaps be specific as well, because IDEC is, as we know now.
We were still on the PKTT. I think this is relevant to the movement of the dockets from the PKTT.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah,
No, I understand that.
Yeah, but the point that I hear you saying is that the dispense of justice is not only for the victims, but even ordinary members of the public.
Yes.
That is why the criminal justice system must be seen to be acting, but must be manifestly seen acting in public interest.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. The EFF.
Supported, Chair.
The PA.
No problem, Chair.
Action SA.
Supported.
What is your reply, the DA, Honorable Cameron?
No, that's valuable, Chair. It's fine like that. Thanks.
Thank you so much. We move to the EFF, the same page, item F.
Thank you, Chair. It piggybacks, or it's pretty much the same. I guess the wording is just slightly different, and dealing with the issue of the docket transfer, that it was insufficiently justified and it required assessment of rationality, etc. The only thing I would delete, or we would delete there, is the last sentence where we read evidence and the case continuity and as raising unresolved questions of improper, and we can delete corrupt because we are not in position to make such a finding, but requires investigation of corruption. And that would be our input,
Okay.
but it can be linked. It's the
It
same
can be
thing, pretty much what the DA is saying. It's just the wording is different here.
Your submission is that the paragraph can be combined with the one above.
Absolutely. And we must just add the part that it requires investigation of corruption.
Okay.
Thanks.
And then what is your comment on the submission on the bottom of page 403 to page 404? The EFF specifically proposed that the report includes dedicated assessment of his role and resolve the material conflicts concerning the directive, the PKTT, and the dockets.
Yes, Chair, that's under Lieutenant General Sabia and his role. Yeah, so it's just speaking to that we need to ensure that our report is able to capture where there were material conflicts between his testimony and the others regarding the dockets in particular.
Okay.
So that's also captured correctly as well.
Thank you so much. We're rotating page 404. The first paragraph, we're in agreement with Honorable Matthijs that it can be combined with the one above it. Of course, without diluting the essence of what is being submitted. And the last submission of the EFF on the page regards the role that would have been played by General Sibia in the management of the movement of the dockets and the directive as well. Can we rotate and hear the African National Congress?
Chair, the ANC agrees.
The ANC agrees, the MKP?
Agree, Chair.
The MKP, so does the DA.
Agree, Chair. Thank you.
The DA agrees. The PA. Honorable Souls.
Agreed, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The action. Thank you so much. We are on page 411. Ms. Van Zyl holds the yellow highlight. On item item T.
Chair, sorry, it's just a proposed addition to paragraph T related to the qualification noted. So we would say that the present record does not, without further investigation, establish that Lieutenant General Sabia intended the investigations to fail, acted at the direction of Mr. Mkhwanazi or Mr. Mklala, or participated in any organized crime network, and then say that qualification should not be expressed as an exoneration. It means that the evidence supports a proposed adverse governance and command assessment, while the stronger allegation of corruption purposes defeating the ends of justice, or participation in criminal inferences require a committee decision. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Yes, the next paragraph is your submission related to what is being said above.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Our submission here was not necessarily that it needs to be captured the way it is, but we were objecting, or we were submitting that there is more strongly the accumulative evidence concerning Lieutenant General Sibiya, and it is sufficient to warrant his referral for criminal investigation. And the assessment must not be read as, or it must not be captured that we are exonerating him because the committee is not conducting a criminal investigation. So the way it was worded in the previous preliminary reports, it read in that way. So that was our input, that it must not capture, exonerate him, but it needs to find expression that we have enough accumulative evidence to warrant a referral for criminal investigation in this regard. Thank you.
Yeah. Can you agree with me that this part we note, but we deal with it when we're on the findings and the recommendation?
Yes, Chair. No, I agree. This was not necessarily for the findings, but when we go to findings, if the assessment is written in a way that it can even exonerate him, it's going to cause a problem. So it just needed to be reformulated. So when we deal with findings, we don't have an assessment that is not aligned. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Can I rotate, honorable members, the ANC? The Honorable Chief Whip.
Sorry, Chair, I was a bit disrupted. You want us to confirm, to comment on the reformulation and the point that is being advanced by the Honorable Mates?
Yeah.
We agree with her.
Okay, thank you. The MKP.
Agree, Chair.
The DA.
Happy, Chair.
The PA.
Agree, Chair.
The Action SA.
We agree, we support the input made by the EFF. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Page 412, 414. 413. There is item 18.4.9b, where it's the theme, the heading, the subheading there is General Masemola and the command response. And then on B, it says the record also places before the committee a district command accountability question. General Masemola regarded the immediate transfer as inconsistent with his preferred phased approach and later took steps to return the dockets and preserve the existing investigations. The record does not fully explain why any contrary instructions were not earlier and formally withdrawn, countermanded, clarified, or addressed through command or disciplinary processes. The ANC and the EFF both raised the responsibility of the National Commissioner in relation to the implementation and transfer decisions. Whether those circumstances warrant an adverse finding remains for the committee to decide. This is a note by the team as to but it's not supposed to be here. I think it's just a reminder that when we deal with the findings and the recommendations, whether the ANC and the EFF, as they are the parties that support each other on this formulation, whether they would want to propose that a finding must be made at the time we deal with the findings or the recommendations. I want to check here what is written here, ANC and EFF, on this paragraph. Are you happy? Apart from the last sentence that deals with finding and recommendations.
Yes, Chair. The ANC is fine.
Thank you. EFF, are you happy?
Yes, we are. Thank you, Chair.
The MKP,
We are fine, Chair.
the DA,
Fine, Chair.
the PA, Honorable Sols,
Fine, Chair.
the Action SA,
We're fine, Chair.
thank you so much. Honorable Sols, page 414, item 13.4.10, under Lieutenant General Musikidi's evidence. The first paragraph there is your submission. What is your comment on that submission? Is it correctly kept? Are you happy?
I'm happy, Chair.
You are happy.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. The African National Congress, what is your comment?
Thank you very much, Chair. We're so happy to say that we agree with the Honorable Souls, our own Operation Thunder. We are in full agreement, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank
Love
you
you so much, Honorable Sangwan.
Thank you so much.
Let the record show.
Honorable members, can we move to the MKP? Honorable Skosana,
Agree?
Honorable Cameron or Breitenbach,
Agree, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Matthews,
Agreed with the PA, Chair.
Honorable James.
I find no fault to the submission. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. We are on page 416. That is the yellow highlights of the content team. Ms. Van Zijlhoofs, item number I on page 416.
Chair, thank you very much. The yellow highlight is just to add to the existing paragraph to say that Lieutenant General Musukidi, her evidence places before the committee a question of whether the authority of the acting national commissioner was exercised sufficiently to clarify the directive, prevent premature implementation, and secure legal and operational guidance. And then under 13.4.11, in terms of the overall assessment, under theme 2, we included the following synthesis is proposed to assist the committee's deliberation. It draws together the evidentiary record, the evidence leaders overview, and the party submissions. It does not constitute a finding adopted by the committee, and the stronger or differing party formulation identified below remain for decision. So, Chair, that's just a guiding note for the committee members to take note of.
You dealt with the committee will make a finding about it with the finding whether the evidence that General Msikiti presented before the committee, whether the authority of the the person who was acting National Commissioner during the period when General Masemola was on leave was sufficiently exercised to clarify the directive, blah, blah, blah. And I think this one, you are very right, is just to guide the members on the submissions that follow. Members, can we move to page 417, item number C? There is a composite submission there. The paragraph reads as follows: the record ministerial investigative activity, identifiable case level outcomes, specialist capability, institutional knowledge, and working relationships in complex and politically sensitive matters. The ANC submitted that this evidence established the PKTT's effectiveness and supported its continuation in the absence of substantial contrary evidence. The EFF submitted that the evidence was not evenly balanced and justified a finding of significant operational success. The MKP supported the continuation and strengthening of the PKTT and the establishment of a comparable Gauteng capability. We earlier on dealt with, even though the submissions here may not correspond verbatim, except for the MKP, because the MKP submission corresponds word for word with what we earlier dealt with on the PKTT, and I see that both the ANC and the EFF, for instance, when you read the part on the EFF submission which says justifies a finding of significant operational success, and the ANC says that the evidence established the PKTT's effectiveness, which also agrees with the MKP on the necessity for continuation of the PKTT. Then I check ANC, MKP, EFF.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, we think it's acceptable. We accept the formulations as submitted, and of course we do so in the context of our earlier submission on 3.4.2G. So without labor over the point, I think we are okay. The team might have to do some proper realigning, but the essence is fine.
Okay, the MKP.
We are okay, Chair.
Okay, the EFF.
Support to Chair can be consolidated with the additions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not going to rotate this because we earlier dealt with. I just wanted to check with the sponsors if they are happy, unless if there is any opposing view from members that we must rotate it. I see the hand of Honorable Cameron is up.
Sorry, Chair, it's not an opposing view. It's just a possible typo where it says the EFF submitted that the evidence was not evenly based. Shouldn't that say was evenly balanced and justified a finding of significant? That not, I think, might not or should not be there. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
You're correct, Honorable Cameron.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Honorable Cameron, for that correction. Can we then proceed to 418, item number E? The paragraph that's on page 417, but the submission is captured on 418. That is the ANC and the EFF again. I can see there is a strong working relationship here. The ANC proposed a specific expenditure and value for money audit and a recurring governance framework for all SAPS task teams the EFF also supported a specific audit. Honorable Zamboni. For Honorable Ntuli.
Your chair, please pass us. We'll come back.
Yeah, but we dealt with a submission like this one before about the audit. I can't
You mean
just
what? Sorry, Chair, are you referring to the one of E?
Yeah.
13.4.11.
Yeah.
We are okay on that. We are fine. Sorry, we're happy.
Do you see it on page 418?
Yes.
Okay, Honorable Matthys.
Supported, Chair, and specifically on the issue that we raised earlier for all SAP's task team. So I'm glad it has found expression here. I don't know if it's necessary to put it here since it's been dealt with previously, but we'll be advised the essence is correct.
Yeah, the content team will just find a way to avoid that repetition. Then we then move to page 419, the content team, the yellow pages. Ms. Van Zyl-Holz.
Hi, Chair, sorry. We are saying in this sub H that a proposal that before adopting numerical or universal conclusions, the committee may require a verified schedule showing custody, allocation, investigative steps, procedural status, court events, witness engagement, and financial outcomes for each affected docket. Jan, just to get a bit of more context, I'm going to go through the first part. So it states here that the record supports concern and that the transfer affected investigative continuity in at least some matters and create material risks across the transferred caseload. It does not provide a complete docket-by-docket basis for determining the duration or consequence of every interruption, whether every investigation ceased or whether evidence in any identified docket was deliberately altered and destroyed. And Chair members, just to come in, I think we will link it back to the previous discussion in terms of the effect that these dockets was moved on the victims and broader public and how the JCS is functioning. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, there is a submission by the DA there, Honorable Cameron.
Yes, Chair. It's similar to what we said earlier. The DA submitted that the report should expressly recognise the harm suffered by members of the public where cases are compromised through lost or deficiently managed dockets.
Okay. And then Honorable James, the Action SA is making an addition there on the secure digital docket management, role-based access, and immutable audit trails. Will address the systemic weaknesses. Your comment, Honorable James.
I think our input is self-explanatory there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, can we rotate the African National Congress?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. If we could please just on the screen go up. Maybe this is a question where, if answered in the affirmative, we may have to rethink what is said there in the yellow, the stuff that is not showing on the screen, Chair. I seem to remember that in the evidence presented, both General Mkhwanazi as well as General Masemula, I stand to be corrected, were under oath, both indicated that they had satisfied themselves that there was no interference with the docket, actually going to the extent of saying, you know, they literally just lay there, nothing had been done with them. Now, I'm not sure what we are trying to say here. Are we questioning whether those dockets had been tampered with? Despite the generals having said, you know, they were just taken and you know, they just sat there. Yes, it had the effect of frustrating, you know, case management and what was supposed to come before the courts because, you know, they were not being actioned on. Maybe we just need clarity there, Chair, because the addition in yellow for us then becomes questionable if that evidence is accepted. But on the DA and the Action SA's proposals, we are in full support. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, we will call the content team later to clarify the addition, but you support the DA and the HNSA.
Yes, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you. Let's do like this. Let's take the submission of the DA and the HNSA first to avoid confusion in the meeting. Honorable Skosana, on the submission of the DA and HNSA.
Thank you, Chair. I 100%. I think Honorable Sangoni captured it very, very well. That's what the General Masemula and General Kumalo said. You know that there was no any you know those dockets were not interrupted at all. You know, there was nothing which was changed. They were put somewhere in the office, and General Sintumule as well. That's what she said, you know. So I agree, okay, that we should be clear on that, you know.
The EFF.
I support it with the input of Honorable Sangweni.
The PA.
Richard.
Thank you so much. Can we then get to the yellow highlight, which Honorable Sangoni, do you want to restate your point on the yellow highlight?
Yes, sir. What I was saying in essence is whether should we be requiring this verified schedule? I mean, I'm sure it does no harm, but given the fact that there's no evidence that makes us question what the generals have said in terms of the status of the document, it may just be superfluous. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. What is the view of the MKP on that submission on the yellow highlights? Do you agree with what Honorable Sangoni is saying? Honorable Skosana?
Do you hear me, Chair?
We were not here. It's only now that we hear you.
Yes, I said I agree, Chair, with the Honorable Sangoni. And I think, yeah, I'm still repeating that, Chair.
Thank you. Can we hear Honorable Cameron?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I agree. I must just say I don't think the schedule, the verified schedule, can do any harm. I think it could be helpful to have as part of this, but yeah, the input is fine.
Okay. Honorable Matthys.
We are aligned, Chair, with Honorable Sangoni.
Honorable Souls.
Agreed, Chair.
Honorable James.
Very good. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. We are moving from page 419 to page 420. There is a submission there by the EFF on paragraph K. Honorable Mathis.
Founder Chair, the EFF submitted that senior SAPS witnesses described the effect of the instruction as a moratorium affecting a division that had already had substantial leadership. This is in relation to I just want to see it in the context of crime intelligence. So our submission here is that the moratorium on the instruction that the minister gave on the moratorium on filling the positions, it aggravated the division's already constrained capacity. So we just wanted that to find expression, because the Crime Intelligence Division already had too many vacancies and too many acting positions as well. So this just added, or aggravated rather, to the capacity constraints. I hope that makes sense. I was just distracted, so I didn't get a chance to read it properly. But that's essentially what our submission is saying. And also on H as well, it's the same thing.
We are on page 420K. Your submission says the record before the committee did not conclusively establish that any of these officials intended to sabotage investigations, destroy evidence, or act on behalf of an organized crime network. However, this should not be read as a finding of innocence. That is what the content team has submitted, or as disposing.
Okay, Chair, please tell me what page, because I'm clearly reading the wrong thing. We're not under crime intelligence anymore.
Yeah, we're on 420. That,
420. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I jumped way ahead. This was the same thing of us.
That the transfer endangered investigations and raise questions on improper or corrupt purpose.
Yes, it's what we had raised earlier as well. It was us negating what the preliminary report had captured, and it's also something that we've already discussed, and I think we've put this matter to rest. So I'm not sure if it needs to be captured here again, but we covered the issue about the transfer of the dockets quite extensively.
Okay, you are satisfied. We can move ahead.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. We are on page 423. That is where the EFF is making a submission that is relating to, I think, is under 13, which is the December 2024 Directive and Crime Intelligence Appointment Moratorium. And then sub-item number E, the EFF submitted that the senior SAPS witnesses described the effect of the instruction as a moratorium affecting a division that already had substantial leadership, analytical, counterintelligence, provincial, and specialist vacancies. They regarded the delay as having aggravated the division's existing capacity constraints. Is that accurately captured, Honorable Matters?
Yes, Chair, thank you.
Thank you so much. The ANC.
Chair, I think, that whole section we are in agreement with. We may have a problem with the moratorium having I had it written a different way before, which was exacerbating crime intelligence stability, but I think I mean the assumption is fair, and given the challenges that already existed within crime intelligence, I don't think it's an incorrect conclusion to make. So we're in agreement, Chair. Thank you.
The MKP. Honorable Skosana.
I agree, Chair, with the submission. Thank you.
The DA, Honorable Cameron.
Agree, Chair. Thank you.
The PA, Honorable Sol. Honorable Sols. Honorable Sols. The Action SA, Honorable James.
Covered by the ANC. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Then can we move to page 424? Honorable Matthews. And the ANC will be ready with 425, item D. Honorable Matthews, we are on 424, sub-item H.
I'm talking while I'm muted. Here we've just submitted that the moratorium required a closer scrutiny because it was imposed on a division that was already unstable and undercapacitated. And it also calls for an assessment of both its practical and its effects and the accountability of the persons responsible for adopting and implementing or continuing with it. So our submission here is that the moratorium exaggerated crime intelligence inability or instability rather. Thank you. But it's properly captured, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. The African National Congress on the submission by the EFF on page 424.
Are you calling the ANC, Chair?
Yes, I'm calling you to comment on the EFF.
Okay, we are fine with the formulation on age, except the last sentence, which says, am I right? Except the last sentence, which says that the moratorium exacerbated crime intelligence instability. Because our own observation is our own understanding is that in this particular instance, we shouldn't be putting it that way because the committee did not receive evidence that establish a correlation between the moratorium and crime intelligence instability. So otherwise, the rest of what is being said is okay, except that particular aspect for us. Thanks.
Thank you. The MKP.
I agree as well with the last sentence too, to say that moratorium has caused instability in the CI. But for me, of what I've heard, what was presented to us, I really agree 100% with the EFF submission.
The DA.
Support, Chair.
The PA. The Action SA.
I agree with the paragraph as it is, Chair, even the last sentence. Thank you.
Okay. I think in the last sentence, what we may do is to assess the extent to which it would have contributed to the instability than to conclude that it would have exacerbated it. Is that correct? Honorable Mkhwanazi, your reply?
Not really, Chair, because this is our assessment. And once you you say that vacancies in a department that is already, or division rather, that's already unstable, it was already understaffed, it had many people in acting positions and many without, and that was the evidence before the committee, who were without security clearance. And then in comes the minister and says, we're just stopping the appointments. It definitely, it didn't contribute to it. It made it worse. So I think the word exacerbate is correct.
Let me rotate that last part and hear what the members are saying. That last part only, ANC.
Chair, so it's okay. I mean, it's okay. I think it's not a matter of
Okay, because this was your proposal, if you withdraw it, the paragraph is accepted as it is. Thank you so much. Let's move to page 425. The submission by the African National Congress. Is paragraph D, and the EFF will be read with paragraph E. Can we hear the ANC speak?
The NC is okay, Chair, but the sentence is not showing full. Okay, the paragraph. I understand they were allowing us to see the top part, which I'm grateful for. What okay, Chair? Thanks.
Thank you. The MKP.
Chair, yes, I agree, Chair. Though I'm still saying that the minister knew it did not misconstrue what was supposed to have happened. He knows exactly that these powers rest with the National Co-Commissioner. Thank you, Chair.
Can I hear you properly, Honorable Mkhwanazi?
The minister did not as it's written here. Where is that?
No, you must read that word. You can't even read that word, Kosane. Ask me to
No,
say.
no, I can. I can. He misconstrued his powers. It's for me, it did not misconstrued his powers. He knew that this thing rests with the National Commissioner. You know, the employment regulation is very clear, and the minister can read. Remember, he's a former teacher. Yeah, thank you.
So you agree with what is written here?
Misconstrued the issue about the powers vested in him and the powers vested in the National Commissioner. So I'm saying the sentence for me that he misconstrued his powers. I don't agree with that, Chair.
Okay, the DA.
Yes, Chair, thank you. I agree with the statement as it is there, Chair.
Okay, the EFF. Honorable Matthys. The PA. The action SA.
In agreement, thanks, Chair.
The PA.
Agree, Chair.
The EFF.
Is this for on our input or on
No,
E?
on the, yeah.
On E. Yeah,
We
it's
are
properly captured here.
we are on the ANC submission on D.
Oh, I thought I had responded. Agreed, Chair.
Okay, can we, then you are satisfied with what is captured on E?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, let's rotate the submission of the EFF, and the Action SA must be ready to lead us on their submission on paragraph F on page 426. Can we hear?
Chair, sorry, Chair, just before we go, perhaps this is not, or it needs to be reworded because it is we're still under assessment and we're not under findings or recommendations. So it might have been inserted in an area where it shouldn't have been because it reads as it reads more as a finding than the assessment of the evidence.
Okay. Would you still prefer to have it in this section, or to have it commuted to?
Yeah, so so when we did our submissions, obviously it also included what the findings we were going to make in this regard. So under the assessment, it would just need to be captured, the part where we start off with, because it was, so we must say it was issued without adequate consultation, sufficient documentation, documented operational basis, proper implementation. So it just needs to be reworded or rephrased, starting with it was issued with, or the directive was issued with, rather than the finding that is included in what we submitted.
Yeah, the finding will be commuted or relocated to.
Yes, when we have that discussion, but this is just to capture the assessment of the evidence. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. I hope the honorable members are in the same frequency with you. The ANC.
Thank you very much, Chair. Okay, we agree with the intervention that Honorable Matthys has made, and with then what follows as an analysis that is made. However, we do want to raise the point that we've raised all the way from the evidentiary overview and now even at this point, that the directive should not be treated as a composite whole, because not all parts of it, they should be treated differently. The three directives or sub-directives, if I can call them that. But insofar as the intervention that is made, there are
areas within the document where there was inadequate consultation and the rest of the sentence. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. The MKP.
I agree, Chair, with the statement.
Thank you. The DA.
We agree, Chair. Thank you. I think, Chair, something I must just mention, it could come up later, but I do think that something that we haven't really brought up that might need referral later is the fact that there is a standing, I think it's a national instruction, I can't remember off by heart which one, that says the minister must approve any appointments. Now, I think that is a potential space for misinterpretation, whether by a minister or a national commission in future. So it's just a disclaimer for later, but this is fine now, Chair. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much. The PA.
No problem.
Thank you so much. The Action SA.
Fine. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Those additions will be made. What is your reply, Honorable Matthys?
Yes, we're fine with that,
Okay.
and we aligned with Honorable Sangone's input because it does say here on which matters we're referring to the ongoing. So the PKTT in regards to the active documents and crime intelligence is what this assessment is what this assessment is in relation to, and not on the entire directive of the 31st of December. Thank you. But we aligned. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Can we then move to the paragraph F, that is the submission of Action SA, Honorable James?
Thank you, Chair. Action SA submitted that the uncertainty exposed by the directive required legislative clarification of the relationship between ministerial policy direction and the operational command. It proposed that ministerial directions be in writing, supported by reasons, preceded by consultation with the National Commissioner, and tabled before Parliament. It also proposed that legislation identify operational matters in respect of which ministerial direction should be prohibited, including individual investigations, particular criminal cases, deployments, appointments, and decisions concerning specialized investigative structures.
Thank you so much. Can we hear the comments of the parties? The rotation starts with the ANC.
Thank you very much, Chair. We are in agreement with the Action SA's submission, although we would propose, Chair, that because it contains recommendations, perhaps we transpose parts of it to the areas that deal with recommendations, where we will support the recommendations as made. So that would be our only input, Chair. Thank you so much.
Okay, the MKP.
I agree with the submission of the action.
Thank you. The DA.
Agreed, Chair. Thank you.
The EFF.
Agreed with the submission. Thank you, Chair.
The PA. Honorable Sols. Honorable James, do you agree that part of the submission, which is recommendations, should be transposed to the relevant section? What is your
Yes.
reply?
Yes, definitely, Chair. I picked that up while I was reading it. I agree with the ANC. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Honorable members, we are moving from page 426 to 427. that is the EFF at the bottom of page 427 on item number D, and we will take Honorable Matthys, the 2 paragraphs, a significant chunk of your proposals or submission is on page 428. So if you can take those two paragraphs, D and E.
Okay, Chair, I think it's better if I read because when I talk to it, I talk too much. The EFF submitted that crime intelligence instability should be treated as a central operational and national security concern rather than an internal administrative problem. We also argue that the failures in appointments, vetting, security clearance, and leadership arrangements created heightened risk because of the division's access to classified information, sensitive capabilities, covert resources, and intelligence concerning organized crime. And we propose that the report conclude that the institutional environment was vulnerable to compromise and the existing safeguards were insufficient. Obviously, that's something that would go under the findings. The EFF, we also submitting that the prolonged reliance on acting appointments contributed to the uncertainty in authority, competing centers of influence, and weakened accountability. The available evidence supports concern regarding these prolonged vacancies and also the acting arrangements. However, it does not establish that every acting appointment was irregular or that every leadership dispute resulted in improper influence. And that is our submission in terms of the assessment of the evidence in relation to crime intelligence. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, the ANC. And Honorable Sangoni, the ANC must get ready after this rotation. The next paragraph is yours, and you will be followed by the paragraph of the HNSA on the same page 428. Can we now rotate the submission of the EFF and hear the comments of the ANC?
Thank you, Chair. We are in agreement with paragraph D. Paragraph E, we are just struggling to locate in the evidence where the observation would be founded. I think the point that Honorable Nduli was making earlier, that it is a reasonable inference that where you do have vacancies, there would be instability. So we're not going to dispute the point. We take it as an observation, but I think we're stretching it a little bit to say that the evidence, contributed as a matter of fact. But it's not a fundamental issue, Chair. We're happy to live with it because, as we said, we think it's a reasonable inference. If it is possible, that somewhere, perhaps further up in the document, where the evidence supports that directly it's included, then this paragraph becomes almost a common cause. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. The MKP. Honorable Scott.
Chair, I agree completely, Chair. Thank you.
The DA.
Happy with it as is, Chair.
Thank you. The PA.
No problem, Chair.
The Action SA.
No problem, Chair.
Honorable Matthys, your replies.
We've nothing to reply to. Thank you, Chair. We find.
Thank you so much. The next submission, F, is the African National Congress. Honorable Sangoni.
Point 5.
Chair, the submission as captured is correct.
that the vetting system had not been applied objectively and consistently, and thus could be used to remove or neutralize persons. This obviously refers to the evidence of General Mkhwanazi and I think a few other witnesses, how this issue of vetting, because it was not consistent, was almost weaponized. And then we are happy to move our last sentence to the recommendations, where we are proposing an establishment of an independent security vetting and integrity testing agency, so as to fortify that process against the internal goings on at SAP. Thank you, sir.
To the MKP.
This vetting system, it's a problem. And I think they've raised it many times that, both SSA, unfortunately, could not have the IG. It's a problem. It takes years. And I think General Mkhwanazi said it. I don't know why it takes so long for people to be vetted. Some of them, they even finish their term, 3 to 5 years before they get it right. Now, I agree, Chair, that this, something has to be done. I agree with this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, the DA.
Agree with it, Chair.
The EFF.
Agree, Chair.
The PA.
Agreed, Chair.
Action SA.
Agree, Chair.
The next paragraph is yourself, Honorable James. You are on the platform.
Okay.
The Action SA proposed a strict
Yes.
no
Can I-
clearance, no access rule for persons handling classified information, systems or facilities. It proposes periodic renewal and review of clearance and the automation restriction of access, the automatic restriction of access when a clearance expires or is suspended, withdrawn or downgraded. It also proposes that chiefs of staff and senior officials in security cluster ministerial offices be appropriately vetted before receiving access to classified or operational information. Is that accurate,
Chair?
Honorable Jay? Yes.
It's like you knew I couldn't see. I was zooming into the screen and then you came to my rescue. Eh?
Yes.
Yeah, we're at that age. I think it's fine. It's correct, Chair, but also like the previous input we gave, I think this needs to go to the recommendations.
Okay.
Yeah.
The ANC.
Yes, Chair, we are okay. We support the paragraph.
Thank you. The MKP.
We support the submission, Chair. Thank you.
The DA.
Support, Chair.
The EFF.
Support, Chair.
The PA.
Support, Chair.
Thank you so much. The Secretariat, the content team will make sure that the part that goes to recommendations is properly located. Can we move to page 430? The African National Congress on paragraph E.
Paragraph E, Chair. Okay, I know they're going there, but we are fine. It's acceptable.
The ANC accepted that no evidence has established the sinister motive alleged by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. It nevertheless challenged the minister's authority to issue the instruction and the adequacy of the reasons given for it. Is that accurate, Honorable Ntuli, the Chief Whip?
Yeah. Yes, Chairperson. So the way that the paragraph is phrased, it's correct. It is our submission that in the evidence presented to us, these sinister motives that General Mkhwanazi had spoken about, we had failed to establish a link. I do want to say, Chair, maybe going back to discussions that we've had over many meetings, was the handling of any additional disclosures, if any, coming out of the Matlanga Commission. But at this point, this remains, our position based on the evidence that had been put before us. We did, however, say that the minister's authority to issue the instruction, we found it questionable, and irrational, given the fact that he himself could not, put forward that rational link, why he did not consult in issues of the PKTT and even the moratorium. And we also took umbrage, I suppose, with the adequacy of some of the reasons that he advanced. So that was our submission, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. The MKP.
For me, Chair, I think this paragraph, I'm challenging it. Hence, I was saying, I think in the last meeting, to say, even if we cannot have a proof in our hand, and accepting that the 31st is a working day, but there was a sinister in this matter. For the minister as well to issue that instruction of disbanding this PKTT, because of these people who were, he accepted himself that, so-called professor, he has, Mashale, he listened to them, and the issue of Brown Mkhwanazi is another story. But the issue that the minister knew what he was doing here, it looks sinister, I must say. That what was the hurry? But hence you said maybe at the end when we are going to have findings and recommendations. But this issue of the minister on disbanding, there's on issuing the instruction here, Chair, I must say, we can say whatever we want to say. The minister knew exactly what he was doing. Hence, I was saying that why not wait a week or so, 2 days or so? There was no agency here that he has to issue the disband and issue a letter on the 31st of December. For me, I'm not convinced, Chair. I don't really agree. I'm saying, even if General Mkhwanazi never said that, but it's clear, it's very clear, Chair, that the minister was in a hurry for whatever reason, for him to do what he did. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The DA.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think we could possibly word it a little bit better, because I think we can say that even though, by the looks of it, I agree with Honourable Skhosana, it did look sinister, but no evidence was presented to us that proved such, or that, beyond reasonable doubt indicated that it was a sinister move. So maybe it can be worded slightly better or more detailed. And we say, because I don't want people to turn around and say, yeah, but you just said that Minister Mkhunu didn't do anything wrong at all, because that's not what we're saying. And I agree with the last part of the statement. But yeah, I think it might be worth saying that the evidence didn't indicate something sinister, even though it may have seemed so. It's just a thought. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. The EFF.
Thank you, Chair. Our input would be that we would say that there was no evidence before the committee that established, and I wouldn't even use the word sinister because because the Lieutenant General was actually saying that there was some corrupt influence, and maybe corrupt would be the wrong word, but our submission here would be that while there was no evidence before the committee, certainly what was presented to the committee does warrant further investigation of a corrupt influence, and that might fall under a finding. And then obviously we agree with the second sentence as well. But that would be our input. So we don't give the impression, as Honourable Cameron said, that there's no evidence that it was a sinister move. I think we need to be clear that it warrants further investigation. Because we also have in our reports spoken about our limitations, and in this regard, it was also one of our limitations that we were unable to investigate further on this matter. Thank you.
Okay, the PA.
The wording is perfect and accurate, Chairperson. Thank you.
The Action SA.
I'm okay, thank you, Chair.
Okay, what is the reply of the ANC?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think we can find some common ground. Taking into account what the DA would have proposed. But yeah, with that being the spirit of the meeting, we're in agreement. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, okay. Ms. Van Zyl-Host, did you hear what has been said on this paragraph?
Chair, yes, thank you very much. We will make the necessary changes.
Okay. So it must be improved with those inputs that have been made.
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. Can we go to paragraph F? That is the submission of the EFF.
Thank you, Chair. It's pretty much speaking to the same matter that we have just discussed. We pretty much, our submission here is that we are saying there should be greater weight given to the absence, and which is before us, and it is evidence before us. We know for a fact there was inadequate consultation, insufficient documentation for operational basis, and also an implementation plan. So in light of this, it supports stronger findings, but obviously the findings, etc., will find its expression when we get under findings. So I don't think it's a necessity to have both E and F if we adequately consolidate, which I think the content writers will be able to do that as far as the assessment is concerned.
So you propose that E and F can be consolidated?
Yeah, it can, because it's saying, I think both paragraphs are, given our submissions and our discussions earlier and what we concluded on, we'd be able to consolidate it. So we don't give the impression that that there was no sinister move at all.
Okay.
Thanks.
ANC.
Chair, we do not have an objection to that suggestion by the Honorable Matthews, except that in the consolidated paragraph, we would not be in support of the assertion, and I quote, stronger findings of irrationality, procedural irregularity, poor governance, and maladministration. But the principle of consolidating the two, we accept it. As I said, with an exception to that particular wording. We were happy with that paragraph as proposed by the EFF if I were to comment on it independent from the one above, except that formulation. Thanks.
Okay. The MKP.
I don't see any problem, on this, perhaps because the person who issued the instruction is a minister, so he must take responsibility. I mean, the record should say that. There's no way that we can sugarcoat that one, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. The DA.
It's fine, Chair.
The PA.
All good, Chair.
The Action SA.
I'm good, thank you, Chair.
Okay. So the part of the finding, Honorable Mathay, we will discuss it when we are on the relevant section. Is that correct?
Absolutely, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we then move to after page 430, we go to 432. The ANC.
Sorry, Chair, or you're going to the paragraph, ANC submitted D.
Yeah.
Agree.
Okay, thank you. The MKP.
Agree.
The DA.
Agree, Chair.
The EFF.
Agreed to, Chair, though left much to be desired. Is that the actual wording that we are going to use? Is that the actual submission that his conduct left much to be desired? I mean, I understand and I'm aligned with the sentiment of it, but left much to desire is not really reporting wording.
Yeah, what do you suggest, or are you suggesting the content team can find a better
Yes.
professional?
Yes, please. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I think they will get. Okay, the PA.
No problem, Chair.
The Action SA. Honorable James.
I'm okay, thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Chief Whip, left much to be desired.
Chair, we can be advised if there is a suggestion of a reformulation, but I would imagine that we all appreciate the spirit and the letter of what is meant. So if the phrase left much to be desired is not professionally enough to appear on the report, English people can help us.
Yeah, thank you. For as long as we were. Hello, Honorable Scotlana.
Yeah, before you close, Chair, yes, I think the admin team can rephrase that. I don't think we should waste time on this. Left too much to be desired. I've just pick it up as well. It's not appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are on page 435, the African National Congress submission on Honorable Kolabana.
Chair,
Hello? Yes.
we keep on getting cut, Chair. You want me to comment on the ANC submitted that the Honorable Kola Barnett's evidence was inconsistent and that a failure? You want me to confirm that sentence?
Yeah.
It's ours, we support it.
Thank you. The MKP.
Indeed, his evidence was very inconsistent, Chair. I agree with this. No, I agree, Chair.
The
Thank
DA.
you.
Chair, we don't agree with the content specifically, but it is accurate in terms of what the ANC stated.
Okay. Can you clarify yourself so that as other members come to comment, understand exactly where, if there are points of divergence, members can be able to understand where you agree and where you diverge.
Yeah, sure, Chair. I'm just busy scrolling on my own version of the report. It's just easier for me to work through it that way. Can you come back to me, please?
Let me read it. It says the ANC submitted that Honorable Kola Barnett's evidence was inconsistent and that her failure initially to disclose her prior JSCI membership constituted a material omission. It argues that given her parliamentary and intelligence oversight experiences, she knew or ought to have known that the information was classified and she should not have been. The information was classified and should not have been placed in the public domain, irrespective of whether it had previously been leaked. The ANC further contends that her conduct may have breached her continuing oath of secrecy in the Parliamentary Code of Ethical Conduct, thereby raising concerns about her fitness to serve on the JSCI.
Thank you, Chair.
Should we come back to you later, or are you ready now to?
No, I'm ready, Chair. Just a few short points. I think the first part is that information was already out in the public, and it was actually, I think it was News 24 to be exact, that had released an article on it. And from what I understand, the Honourable Kola Barnett simply referred to that specific article. At the same time, at that stage, that JSCI hadn't come to fruition yet in the new administration, and as we all know, it took quite some time to get there, but that's, I guess, secondary. So yeah, it was something that was already public information. It had been distributed extremely widely. It had been on several media platforms, and while one can debate whether it should have been further shared or not, the fact of the matter is it was totally public, and it was not that honourable member, and there's also no evidence that points that the honourable member was the one that released it or exposed it to the public. Thank you, Chair.
Are you done, Honourable Cameron?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honourable Matthys.
Chair, we support the ANC's submission. The submission here is clear that it's not saying that Honourable Kola Barnett was the first to leak it, But what it is expressing here is that as a member, and even if she had not been sworn in for the second term, she gave, by her using something that was already in the public domain, it was giving more credit to it given the position that she had. And that's what the paragraph or the submission from the ANC, from what I understand, is trying to capture. So we support that. Thank you.
The PA.
Chairperson, I disagree with the first statement that says Honorable Kola Barnard's evidence was inconsistent. My experience was different with her because there was many consistencies in her testimony. So I would not agree that her evidence was inconsistent, but I do agree with everything from the word that her failure initially to disclose right up to the end, I fully agree with that assertion, except for the first part. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The reply of the ANC.
And then Chair?
Oh, sorry, Honorable James. I'm sorry, my dear.
Right. Okay. No. Thank you so much, Chair. I agree with Honorable Sauls on the issue of inconsistency. Her statement was it was consistent throughout. And then also, I must agree with the DA, Honorable Ian, where he makes mention that it was already in the public domain. I specifically recall an article by News 24 was released on the 13th of January 2025, mentioning the purchase of that hotel. And I think so, saying that she released classified information, it was already out there on the 13th of January. And it was an article published by News 24. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. The reply of the ANC.
Chair, we hear what is being said in this regard, and our own understanding and recollection of the events as they unfolded then do not justify that we should change our position on this matter. If colleagues disagree with us, that should be, but we maintain this position because it's consistent with what we recorded down as we're dealing with this matter then.
Okay, and the part that the information was already out, because I think the concern is that if the word leak is used in reference to Honorable Kola Barnard, it may be wrong too, because it will create an impression that she was the one who would have leaked the information that was already out in the public. What is your comment on that one?
Chair, we believe that there is legal precedence on this matter. The fact that information is in the public domain does not absolve anybody who comes across it from taking accountability for sharing classified information. Now, our submission is based on the fact that Honorable Kola Barnett would be familiar with this. She had been a member of the JSCI before. We don't believe that it is correct to say that because it was out there, she should repeat it, especially as somebody with experience in the JCI and somebody who arguably would probably have known also. The last part of what I'm saying is obviously just supposition, but she's familiar with the legislation and the regulations governing how classified information is handled. So we do not support that argument. We don't think it has any merit, Chair. Thank you.
No, I want you to clarify it because the concern is that the manner which it is written here may create a wrong impression other than what is intended. And the way you explain it now, you explain it better because from where I'm sitting, I agree with you that there is case law precedent that a classified.
Oh, sorry. I hear you, Chair. Sorry.
I mean, the fact that a classified information has leaked does not declassify that information. I'm just saying it in parentheses because I may not be able to remember verbatim what the judgment, the exact words that would have been used by the bench, but essentially what is saying that the fact that a classified information has leaked does not declassify it, implying that it may be wrongful for you to have access to classified information that is circulating in the public and then use it on the pretext that it is already out. You are still bound, whether you are a member of any committee or an ordinary citizen. You are bound by law that you are prudent, that the information could not be used or shared. So, and the concern that members are raising here is that the formulation as it is now may wrongfully or unintentionally be interpreted to mean that Honorable Dian Kolabanat was the one who leaked that information. And that is why when I give you the opportunity to reply, you reply so that the parts that the members want to have you elaborating on, you are able to do that, and we rotate with them and hear what you say in your replies. Is that proper?
That is proper, Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, that is your opportunity now.
No, Chair, I think, okay, I'm not sure if I'm going to be doing what you are trying to guide us to do. We have heard the members. The Honorable Nduli, in his submission, did indicate that given what we have heard, to a large extent, our position is still maintained. We concede perhaps on the point that Honorable Sauls had raised around inconsistency. Maybe the word inconsistent was not perhaps the most adequate at that point in time. But the rest of our argument, Chair, still holds, because if you read that paragraph as it goes down, sorry, if we could please just take the screen up or down, I'm not sure, but I want to go further down on the page. You'll see that we do say that she knew or ought to have known that the information was classified and should not have placed it in the public domain. Now, we are not going and saying she went to get it from wherever she got it and placed it in the public domain. It's within this context of these legal precedents that we're talking about, that she knew or she ought to have known that the information did not become declassified just because it had been previously leaked. Yeah. So that was the point that we were making, Chair.
That is the point, that especially where it says the information was classified and should have not been placed in the public domain. And this is not the understanding that the ANC wants to create in public, because once the report is out, as a committee, we will not be able to go out to everybody to explain that we did not say Honorable Kola Barnard is the one who placed it in the public domain, but we wanted to say that she should have not acted on an information that is classified, regardless of whether it was in the public domain or not.
We don't mind that formulation, Chair. I suppose it's a question of, interpretation. It can be read in the manner that we did not intend. So we did not intend to say she took it from criminal intelligence and placed it in the public domain, but we're saying that, she should not have repeated it. So we are happy to reformulate that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. There is a proposed reformulation, the MKP.
Chair, for me, I'm still sticking to my guns. I'm still saying as it is, Chair. Thank you.
The DA. Honorable Cameron.
Sorry, Chair. Yes, Chair. No, we're sticking by what we said. I think we can debate the merit at a later stage. I see the Honourable the Honourable Breitenbach just put up a hand, but we're sticking with what we said.
Honourable Breitenbach.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. We understand fully what the ANC say in their submission and what their viewpoint is. We, however, disagree quite sharply on the merits. This is not the time to argue the merits. Whether it's captured or not is correctly or not is a different story, and we have no issue with that. But there's no way that Honourable Kola Barnard could have known that it was classified. It was published in the newspaper, which is where she got it. So to suggest that she maliciously placed it in the public domain is incorrect, because it was already in the public domain. And you don't get much more public than News 24. So we'll argue the merits when the time is right. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, the EFF. Honorable Matthys. I can't hear Honorable Matthys. I'm going to move to the PA.
Yeah, Chairperson, I maintain that even the submissions now is just emphasizing the details around, from the part where it says that her failure initially to disclose a prior JSCI membership constituted a material omission, etc. And I agree with that portion, but I do not agree with that her evidence was inconsistent. I cannot convincingly say that was the case when I had my exchange with her. There was many consistencies in her testimony. Thank you, Chair.
Not that part, the ANC agrees that must can go out. The ANC has proposed a reformulation. I wanted to check you if you had the reformulation agreed to.
Yes, Chair, my understanding of the reformulation is an emphasis on a failure to initially disclose and the impact of that. So I agree with that, Chair.
Okay, the Action SA.
I'm still sticking by my previous input. Thank you, Chair.
I want to hear, what do you say to the reformulation? The ANC has agreed that the inconsistencies must be taken out, and the impression that that may be created, that Honorable Kola Barnett is the one who leaked the information, must also be taken out, and we migrate to a reformulation that will show that the information was not placed by her in the public.
100% agree with that reformulation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. What is your reply, the African National Congress?
We're covered, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's now 3 minutes past 16 hours. I want to stretch you a bit, maybe for the next 15 minutes or so. Then we move to page 436. The ANC, item paragraph H, the submission on Honorable Adam.
Chair, we just said that the matter of the envelope below underneath the door was not traversed really by the committee, and we are saying that these matters, when we come to recommendations, should be referred for further investigation. Thank you.
Thank you. The MKP.
Chair, this issue, if you remember, I'm not sure because I made it clear when we were interrogating, when we were deliberating, the Honorable Adams matter, to say we have cameras in our offices. And I hope that those footage, we must have them. I said it, I think the Secretariat have worked on that. I mean, it's long ago when I said to him and I think other members, but I remember vividly that I've said to him, you know, for him to say that they've put an envelope under his door, the good thing is that in our offices, we have those cameras and we'll need to have those, we need that evidence, you know, on that day, at whatever time he will give. I think they must have it by now. It would have helped us. Maybe this paragraph, we can pass it, and when we reconvene again, let's have that. Let the Secretariat give us that evidence, if there's any, and not wait for the recommendations and that, because this will have helped us now, you know, to have evidence on that, to say whether he was telling us the truth or he was giving us false information or misleading us. So for now, for me, I think we in our next meeting we can transmit on this matter. Thank you.
Okay, the DA.
Chair, it's fine as is. I look forward to that discussion because there's a lot to refer back to. I warned him many a time in the portfolio committee to stop bringing intelligence matters to the committee, and he kept on bringing these things. So, but we're happy with that as is. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, the EFF.
We support the submission as explained by Honorable Sangwane.
Okay, the PA.
Yeah, I'm looking at this paragraph on my parliamentary device that's working properly, and I agree with the wording used. Thank you, Chair.
Your parliamentary gadget is functioning properly,
And has always been since 2024.
and then are you able to receive emails on that gadget?
Sorry, Chair.
Are you able to receive emails?
Yes, emails, SMSs, photos, late night. It all works
Okay.
properly.
Okay, thank you so much. The Action SA.
We are in agreement with the paragraph as is. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. And Honorable Skosana has proposed that if, I mean, the need for additional information, does the meeting agree to that? ANC. Honorable Sanguni or the Chief Whip. Honorable.
My network is keep on and failing me. You want us to confirm the NC submission on H?
No, we are done with the submission. It has been supported. The point that I'm rotating is Honorable Skosana's proposal that additional information, particularly on footages, can be obtained from Parliament.
Agree with that one.
The DA.
Chair. Sorry, Chair.
Honorable Salt.
I'm just interested in what device is the Chief Whip using?
I think he must be using the same device that you are using, because the device, I think the devices work differently from one member to another.
Let the Chief Whip confirm.
The DA.
Fine, Chair.
Thank you. The EFF.
Fine, Chair.
The PA.
Fine, Chair.
The HMSA.
We're good, thank you.
Thank you.
Chair,
You.
I'm not sure whether you called me, but it's fine because
I did not
you
call
know,
you
maybe
because
the network is failing us. I don't know.
I did not call you because I was rotating a proposal on the need for additional information, which the meeting has supported.
Oh, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So we will request Mr. Tejana to follow those procedures in terms of how the information can be obtained. Mr. Tejana.
No, Chair, that sits outside of my remit. You talk about footage within the precinct.
Yeah.
No, Chair, it's information which can be requested by the Secretariat. There's no legal issue to deal with, Chair. Thanks.
Okay, no. You know, when you deal with issues that you are not sure about the legalities, the first port of call is the legal section of Parliament. But with your advice, then the Secretariat should be able to do that. Is that okay with you?
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much for the advice. Let's move to the next page. After 436 should be 438. That is the PA. Item F. The PA submitted that stronger verification standards for crime intelligence products, analytical reports, and data used in executive or operational decision making, including governance, corroboration, confidence grading, and audit trail. Is that okay, Honorable Salt?
That's okay, Chair. I would just like an addition after that full stop to say the PA further noted that following deliberations, no, sorry, that's not the one. Hold on, Chair. Here it is. Just to add, it is our view that both sides contributed to the institutional instability of the SEPs. So right after that, full stop, just to add that line.
Okay. ANC.
Chairperson, we noted the PA submission in this regard, but we are not very clear what is the objective. Otherwise, we have no problem with it being accepted, but we are not very clear what exactly do we intend to achieve with it.
Honorable Sons.
Well, Chairperson, I mean, we are saying that the verification standards was clearly quite weak when we were looking at the reports and the data that was used in the decision-making process, whether it was sinister or not, when we were looking at the origins of how, for example, the 31st December report came about, there was no clear provenance. So we're saying that stronger verification standards must be implemented. But then with that, we say that it is not one-sided. So we wanted to end with, it is our view, based on this institutional weaknesses, that both sides contributed to the institutional instability of SEPs. And you can see it, and it's because of these weak verification standards, etc. So that's the purpose. I hope it clarifies, Chair.
Okay. The ANC.
Then with that clarification, Chair, there were even some important words that were added by the Honorable Souls, which were not there, like must and blah, blah. We think then we can understand the intention. We are fine.
Thank you. The MKP.
Chair, by virtue that the crime intelligence matters are of a secret nature, I'm not sure how are we going to get maybe the joint, whatever, those people who are sitting in that committee will know about this thing. But for us or anybody outside that body to know exactly what is transpiring there, I'm not sure, Chair. So I really don't know. For me, you know, hence I was saying earlier about that this vetting process take a little bit of time for everyone, you know, not necessarily crime intelligence, for everyone, you know, to be vetted. Now this operational decision making and whatever it's said here, I'm really, I don't know. Even if I say no, I say yes, but I don't know whether is it helpful for us to even put this. But anyway, yeah, I don't know, Chair. I just want to make a disclaimer here. I'm not sure about this.
Okay. The DA.
Comfortable with it as is, Chair.
The PA. And the EFF.
Thank you. Yeah, Chair, we're fine with it. I don't, from what I understand from the PA, it's a strong submission But when Honorable Swords explained in terms of I just got a bit confused in terms of the directive, etc. From what I understand, the submission here is talking about just the internal operations of crime intelligence, and then definitely will support. I just wasn't sure where the directives from the minister, etc., comes into it. And then maybe just clarity when Honorable Saul says both sides. I'm not sure which both sides, but the essence of what is being captured in here in terms of the operations of crime intelligence, I would definitely support it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The action essay.
I support the submission as is. Thank you, Chair.
The submission is supported. Honorable Souls, any replies?
Yes, Chair. Thank you very much. Yeah, I just used the 31st as an example. And Honorable Adams having such in his possession is also an example of stronger verification standards, why it is needed. And then when we say two sides, we're just simplifying the fact that in our proceedings we had two sides. We had, and so we are saying that everyone, especially in the top brass, had some contribution to the instability of SEPs. It's not either or. But thank you very much, Chair.
Okay. Can I check? Honorable members, are we able to move forward?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you so much. Can we take the submission of I want us to stop at page 440 with the submission by the ANC and the EFF, and then we will take that reformulated proposals by the PA and the DA from the previous meeting, and then we will adjourn. Can we now take paragraph A under Ms. Marshall, the ITI and the circulation of sensitive information? There is a submission by the Honorable Cameron or Honorable Colaban. Honorable Breitenbach.
Thank you, Chair. It is indeed so. That is exactly what we submitted.
Okay, can we then take the comments? We rotate. We will start with the African National Congress.
Chair, we noted the submission. We do not have major issues with, but we just need clarity on what is meant by requiring careful differentiation. What is meant by that? So that English is a bit in the context of the paragraph, not clear to understand for us.
Honorable Cameron, careful differentiation.
Here, it might be it might make it better to just say the DA submitted that Minister Mkhwanazi's evidence concerning Ms. Mashale should be, I think, better described or in more detail described. I think it might be the wrong choice of wording when we just say careful differentiation. I also think, Chair, something that is meant from this is to it's important that it's not just, it doesn't seem to have just been some kind of a supposed hearsay that she was sharing. It really does seem the way that the minister reported that she had access to sensitive, very sensitive information.
Yeah, Chair, I hear what the Honorable Cameron is saying, and if I've heard him very well, I think he does concede to the fact that maybe the formulation in its current form might not serve the direct purpose for which he intended. And if he would be comfortable, I would suggest that it's reworked to mean exactly what he briefly explained now. But I don't have a wording myself.
Okay. Honorable Cameron.
That's fine, Chair. I think we can fine tune it a little bit. I've already put it out on Word here on my side to play around with it a bit, but we can definitely do that. I think we can actually make it shorter as well.
Okay. Thank you. The MKP.
Chair, the agreed with the paragraph, and the submission, the issue of Minister Mkhunu and Patricia Mashale. Really, it indeed it requires carefully consideration, maybe, instead of differentiation, because for her to have, whether rightfully or wrongfully so, having some of these matters which are happening at the crime intelligence or from South African Police Service itself is problematic, because she's no longer in the police service. Then maybe one will understood. But really, it's concerning that the minister as well used to listen to Patricia Mashale for whatever reason. Maybe the wording as well. Maybe the chief whip is correct in terms of the wording. But for me, I think really it needs carefully consideration. And maybe at a later stage when we have to make recommendations, we will have to deal with this matter of Patricia Mashale. Thank you.
Okay. The DA. Oh, by the way, we're dealing with your submission, the EFF.
We agree to the reformulation. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Souls.
Reformulation, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. The Action SA.
Agree, Chair.
Thank you so much. The reformulated paragraph is agreed to. The ANC, page 440. Paragraph G. The ANC.
Chair, which paragraph are we dealing with now? G.
Paragraph G on page 440.
Agreed. G. ANC proposed an investigation. Agreed.
Thank you. The MKP. What is your comment?
Agreed. Agreed. It means I was forward, Thank you. Agreed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The DA.
Agreed, Chair.
The EFF.
Agree, Chair.
The PA.
Aware, voorzitter.
Thank you. The Action SA.
Just send a
James.
message. She's gone, Chair. She just sent a message that she had to leave. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We apologize before we started. Can we now move to the last paragraph, which is the submission by the EFFA, and I'm going to request that as we deal with Ms. Van Zyl-Gous and Honorable Sols and Honorable Breitenbach, let's get ready with those reformulated submissions of the previous meetings. Honorable Matthys, your paragraph on page 440.
Chair, it was really just a technical submission saying that under public participation that we include matters that were relevant to the terms of reference, and it must be analyzed according to the evidentiary record, findings and recommendations. I think the content team has managed to do that though, but that was it. It was a technical submission, yeah.
Because it does not have anything to do with the report, this one. So we can live without it.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Honorable Sols, can we go back to the deferred submission in the last meeting?
Honorable Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I really have to leave. I have a 4:30 meeting, so please excuse me.
Yes, your submission of the last meeting that we deferred, are we going to be able to deal with it?
I can't wait any longer, Chair. If Mr. Cameron can do it, if he's able to, we haven't discussed it. Otherwise, we'll have to stand over, please. Thank you.
Okay, let's deal with it in the next meeting. Can we go to? Thank you so much.
Chair?
Hello.
Yeah, because you said yourself, so we've rescheduled our meetings. It's past now, so I'm not sure how long are you going to continue with the meeting?
It's the last item, this one. The item that we're taking is the last. Can we have it on the screen, Honorable Sols?
Yes, Chair, I don't see it on the screen. Chair, I don't see it on the screen.
Okay. Ms. Van Zyl-Gous, are you working on the submission to be on the screen?
Gee, sorry, I apologize. I'm a bit lost on which one we are now.
The very first one.
Gee, apologies. May I take this offline with Honorable Souls? Sorry, I missed that one.
No, I'm not going to accept that this time, Chairperson. We spoke about this last week. It was, or in our last meeting rather, and Ms. Van Zyl-Gous agreed that it will be put on the new document. I conceded. Now someone as highly capable and intellectual as Ms. Van Zyl does not know which section we're talking about. It's a bit disappointing. So I will not accept it this time, Chairperson. Ms. Van Zyl-Gous, the first WhatsApp that was sent to you on the 17th of August, you were going to make that addition on the document.
Sorry, yes, sorry to interrupt. I'm with you now. I think it was displayed, was not? Previously in section 13.4.5J?
No.
No.
It's not that one. Please look at your phone. or your parliamentary device that is working. Chairperson, may I read it in the records and then we just...
Yes, I allow you to read it.
Thank you, sir. The PA submitted that Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, as a senior and high-ranking official, committed a gross act of negligence by failing to properly verify critical intelligence and analysis prior to presenting it to the committee under oath, and subsequently purporting to withdraw such vital evidence merely via a text message to the evidence leader while Mr. Cele was actively giving testimony on the day, rather than adhering to formal procedural challenge or channels of withdrawal. B. The PA highlighted that while the fundamental error was subsequently placed onto the official record and noted by the committee, the 11th hour retraction of sworn testimony demonstrates a severe breach of due diligence and accountability expected from high-ranking law enforcement leadership. Full stop. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Do you have that submission, Ms. Van Zyl?
Yes, she does. I can confirm she does.
And then is it possible to have it flighted on the screen?
Chair, it is included in the document. I'm just trying to coordinate the page number, but we will get there momentarily.
Chair, what's happening?
Yeah, we're waiting to have that submission on the screen.
Chairperson, I must express my disappointment at what I'm experiencing here, because you clearly stated in the last meeting that it will be added to the document for this meeting, and for such a long delay for a small section, two paragraphs basically, for the support staff, it's very disappointing. I must just register that, Chair.
And gee, sorry, it's on page 91. I cannot flood the document myself, so we're just trying to get there. Apologies for that.
On page 91 of what?
Of the report, Chair.
Yes, remember the draft that we have does not have that reformulation.
Chair, it was inserted in the draft.
Okay, are we able to flight it on the screen?
Chair, it's flighted.
Honorable members, do we see that submission?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. Can I then take the rotation?
Yes, Chair.
The ANC.
Chair, sorry, I was just reading the paragraph. Remember, it had been said verbally, so I was just reading it. I'm not sure whether we should qualify the incidents as having constituted a gross act of negligence as proposed by the PA. I think that may be what would be the right English word? An exaggeration of the nature of the negligence. That's what we want to say. Otherwise, we do not have a problem with paragraph A insofar as the rest of the issues. The second one, the PA highlighted that while the fundamental error was subsequently placed onto the official record and noted by the committee, the 11th hour retraction of Son's testimony demonstrates a severe breach of due diligence and accountability expected from a high-ranking law enforcement leadership. Okay, it's okay. We can go ahead with that second paragraph, but the first one, as I said, gross, sound very gross.
The MKP.
Thank you, Chair. I think the Chief Whip has sum it up. There's nothing gross here, Chair. I mean, we know that when we're sitting there, whether you send an email and whether you send a WhatsApp message, and the owner, the owner as well, former Minister Cele responded, he accepted. But be that as it may, the gross, they're using the word gross, it's like he had an intention, because this issue of intention, bad intention, and I know it's debatable, But I think the chief will sum it up on that. The gross thing is being too much exaggerated on this matter. Irrespective of that, we are under oath. You know, we all, if you perhaps been exposed to these matters, you won't have 100% accuracy. There's no one, not even a judge, would have an accuracy in any matter. You know, hence you have dissenting judgments, you know, and other matters of law, you know. But the matter here, this paragraph A, has to be reworded. It has to be reworded. The way it is now here is like, you know, we are judging already here, and we said we are not judgmental. B. Yeah, I think there's no error as well. Or fundamental error was subsequently placed on the official record noted by the committee. Yes, we noted that, you know, and rightfully so. There was nothing wrong. There was nothing we could do. We could not reject, you know, 11-hour retraction. You know, I think it was, it demonstrated maturity that if you are wrong, you raise your hand to say, you know, I've been misled, or, you know, the way it was interpreted on me, it was wrong. Then you raise your hand and correct that. You know, whether you're a national commissioner or a minister, you or a president, you can do so. You're allowed to raise your hand to say, I was wrong. Thank you, Choice. So in short, I'm saying it must be reworded. You must reword this paragraph, both of them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Sorry, Chair, you cut out. Did you say the DA? Chairperson?
The EFF.
Oh.
The EFF.
Thank you, Chair. I hope I can be heard. We are aligned with the proposal of Honorable Ntuli and also with the MK. I do think here we are under, I think we're still under the evidentiary assessment, and we haven't found ourselves in findings. So I think what the PA wanted to capture here is that we set the tone for making a finding. So I don't think it needs to find expression here on whether it's going to be a gross act of negligence, etc. That's something we'll be debate later. But what needs to be captured here is the fact of the matter that what had happened was that the general's testimony, and then later on just the circumstances that led to that, and then we assess the matter. So it does need to find expression here, but in terms of us making a finding in this section is not appropriate for us to do that now. But we agree that it should be captured in the report. Thank you.
The DA.
Thank you, Chair. We partly covered by what Honorable Ntuli as well as Honorable Mataisa said. Thank you.
Your reply, Honorable Skosana. Honorable Sols.
Yeah. It's this thing that I've been referring to all the time in our discussion, that we should apply equal emphasis and expectation and demand from all witnesses. But it always seems like there is a lenience when it comes to General Mkhwanazi and an emphasis when it is others. And it's becoming very clear. It's my personal opinion, but we maintain that because General Mkhwanazi, you know, the high standard of office that he holds, he's not a junior officer. He holds a constitutional and statutory duty to exercise extreme due diligence before tabling operational intelligence. And that's what makes it gross. And for my colleagues not to see that is alarming. And it is not because it is General Mkhwanazi. No, it's because of the act that has taken place, just like we test the actions of others, like we just did Honorable Barnard. It's the actions. And that's what, in our minds, deals with that threshold of recklessness. Submitting unverified critical intelligence to a parliamentary committee without basic fact checking and just say, it's a mistake. And then you WhatsApp it instead of following the official processes of saying, okay, I made a mistake, here's an affidavit or what. You just WhatsApp to the evidence leader. It's recklessness, it is negligence. And we want to highlight that so that such is not repeated. So we maintain, Chairperson, for the use of the words, but of course, the committee feels otherwise. We just want to state for the record that we maintain the use of the words gross negligence. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Souls. The paragraph will go into the records with the reformulation that has been supported by the members. Thank you so much.
Chair, before I leave, can you allow me? I just wanted to say to you, the meeting, but it's okay, Chair. I heard you that the admin will rewrite the paragraph itself. In fact, it's for the first time I'm seeing some word cross in all what we have deliberated ever since we started. But thank you, Chair. Can you release me?
Yeah, before I release you, I want to check with Bonani if he has a proposed date for the next meeting. Mr. Ramano. Okay, we will check the appropriate date and check with the members, and the date should be communicated by tomorrow. Thank you so much, honorable members. The meeting is urgent.
You must invite Honorable Adams. We are shorting with one member.